has tended to warm up. We've been reaching 30 degrees plus throughout these championships. A reminder, if you are joining us for the first time today, we have athletes competing across a number of classifications in 2 different age groups. We've got the youth age group under 18s, and that's what this man, Jose Cruz Lopez, is competing in. We've also got the junior age group, which is under 20s as well. And as it is a multi-class meet, we use the Raza point score system to work out the destination of the medals. This allows athletes in similar classifications to compete directly against each other. And then if they're in different classifications, their distances, if in this case in the javelin, or their times on the track, are then put through a formula that's individual to each of the classifications. It takes into account data from the Sydney 2000 Paralympics onwards. It also takes into account the world rankings from 2004 onwards to map trends in each class. So the points are really an indicator of how good an athlete's performance is within their classification. 1,000 points is around about the benchmark for a world-class effort. Important to note that the Raza point score system is updated, reviewed and analysed each year. So the update that we're using here was released in March of this year. As I say, this is Jose Cruz Lopez of Mexico. He's competed in the shot put and the discus here in Nottwil. Both times finishing second of the 2 men in each field, which resulted in no medal, unfortunately for him. We're using the -1 rule here, so however many athletes there are in a particular competition, -1 to work out how many medals there are. So if there are 2 men in the competition, there's only a gold medal at stake. If there are 3, there's gold and silver. If there are 4+, then it's the usual gold, silver and bronze. Second round attempt then for Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez is measured at 24 meters 80. There you see it. He's the athlete number 92. That was his second go. 24 meters 80. Now his assistant is key to this javelin attempt because as a T11 athlete, Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez has near total visual impairment, and T11 athletes must compete with an eye mask or completely blacked out glasses. So he'll be getting some audible cues from his assistant as to where he is on his approach to the line. Some way short of it, so he could steal a few more meters. That was out of the sector, so it won't be measured for round 3. 24.80 remains his best attempt so far. Well, he's gone fairly wayward on the runway this time, and that's caused him once again to release the javelin out of the sector. He was actually off to the right-hand side of the runway to begin with. That shows you the fine margins that the athlete and their guides and assistants are working with. It's important to get the athlete in exactly the right starting position and then give exactly the right cues as well. As you can see, there is some rain coming down once again here. And it's fairly grey overhead, so it's not showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. Can Jose Cruz make the necessary adjustments here with his penultimate throw? He gets the shout from his assistant. And that's a decent effort. He got the approach right. He got much closer to the line than he has done in previous throws as well. Remember, regardless of where it's thrown from, it is measured from the forwardmost point of the line. And Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez used as much of that as possible. Looks set to be an improvement on his only measured throw so far of 24 meters 80. Indeed it is. 26.44 is his fifth round throw. There it is. One more throw to come for Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez. World record for this, by the way, was set back in 2010 by Bill Marinkovic of Austria at 53 meters 99. There's a reason that that stood for 7 years and counting. There is a point score system, not exclusively based on the world record, but if you're reaching towards 1,000 points, you are reaching towards a world record. Jose Cruz Lopez, can he get towards 30 meters? It's towards it. It's not going to surpass it, I don't think. But at first glance, he saved the best till last. Very slippery there, the tape measure for our official. There you see the 30-meter mark. There you see the orange marker that's placed where Jose Cruz Lopez's javelin arrowed into the ground. We've been using these gazebos to cover from the sun mainly here in Nottwil, sheltering from the rain this time. There we see he's out towards the 30-meter mark. It's going to be the upper end of 20-odd meters, 28.44 it is. That's an exact improvement of 2 meters on his previous best of 26.44. So that concludes the men's Javelin F11 to F13 under 18s age group. 28.44, the best effort for that man, Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez. And that concludes his championships here. And you can see conditions have taken a bit of a turn for the worse here on Sunday morning in Nottwil. The next event coming up in a matter of moments concerns the men's shot put F40 to F41 classifications. We've got 3 athletes taking part in this across 2 different age groups. 2 from the under 18 category, Miguel Monteiro of Portugal and Joshua Pinnock of Jamaica. So they'll go head-to-head for a gold medal and a gold medal only. And in the under-20s age group, in a non-medal event, competing against himself as he has done throughout these World Championships, Egidijus Valčiukas of Lithuania. So here are the athletes then. My Portuguese isn't up to scratch to see what he's written on his piece of paper there. Miguel Monteiro. Answers in the comments below on if you're watching on Facebook, please. That's Miguel Monteiro. This is the man who he's in direct competition with for a gold medal, Joshua William Pinnock of Jamaica. And then flying solo once again in the under-20s age group in the men's F40 to 41 shot put, Egidijus Valčiukas of Lithuania. So for the two under-18 athletes here, it's their first and only outing here at Nottwil. They've been here for a few days with their respective teams and watched everybody else from their nations compete. Now it is their turn, centre stage, in the pouring rain. So it'll be a fascinating contest between these two. Shot put specialists opting not to compete in anything else here. And they are competing directly against each other. The Mexico coach, as ever, with his booming vocals of support. I have to say he's become one of the most famous characters at these inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Yesterday lunchtime he sang happy birthday to a member of the Australian team. I don't know whether he was invited to or not, but he joined in. So Miguel Monteiro, the left-hander from Portugal. We saw the water being swept out of the throwing circle with a broom to allow him as much grip as possible. And his first round throw is measured at 9 meters 49. Ponchos are on, coats are on, hats are on. It's not particularly warm this morning either. So both of these athletes competing in the F40 classification, which means they are in direct competition with each other for distance as well. It's a decent opener for Miguel Monteiro, 9:49. What kind of start can Joshua Pinnock of Jamaica make? It's out past 5 meters for Pinnock. Monteiro was reaching much closer to 10. Pinnock opting for a standing start and just twists and gets low and then tries to explode upwards on the turn. And now into the under-20s age group. Lithuania's Egidijus Valčiukas. What kind of form is he in? You see, in contrast to Joshua Pinnock, starting at the back of the throwing circle, trying to use a step or two to introduce as much momentum into his throw as possible. He starts with a throw of 7 meters 55. He's in the F41 classification. Valchukas, the world record in that, 13 meters 97. Here's Montero again then, 9:49 in the first round. The world record in the F40 classification stands at 10 meters 83. And that is a terrific effort from Miguel Montero. 9:49 in the opening round. Have a look at that 10-meter marker. That could be huge for Montero. All eyes on the scoreboard to see what that's measured at. A reminder, the world record, 10 meters 83, set at the European Championships last year in Grosseto by Dmitry Dushkin. He's waiting too. It's measured at 10.85. Now we'll get that confirmed, but by my records, that is 2 centimeters over the world record. I'll just ask the officials here in the timing suite and we will get that confirmed, but that could be a new world record for Montero. I'm being told that that distance is in fact further than the world record, but it all depends on the weight of the shot put that Miguel Montero is throwing. But nonetheless, that's a very, very good effort from the Portuguese athlete. That's better second time round for Joshua Pinnock. Remember, he and Miguel Montero, the only 2 men in the under-18 age group. Pinnock, with his first round throw, opted for a more stationary approach. This time, he introduced a couple of steps into his routine, and he's attained a distance of 6 meters 69. One confirmation of a result to bring for you in the men's javelin that we were watching first thing this morning in the F11 to F13 classifications under 18s. Jose Eduardo Cruz Lopez, his best effort measured at 28 meters 74. And that, if you're interested in the points system, although he was competing on his own, is worth 320 points in that classification. So no medal for him. No medal, regardless of what this man achieves, either Valchukas, but he'll just want to show what he can do and transfer what he can do in training into a performance at a major championships. And that's what these inaugural World Parathletics Junior Championships are all about. Allowing younger athletes to get into the mindset and into the rhythm of training and building up to a major competition. 7:55 in the opening round for Valchukas. 8:29 is a good improvement for him in round 2. Round 3 then for Miguel Monteiro of Portugal. Huge 10.85 in round 2. As we said, 2 centimetres further than the current world record, but it will have to be verified based on the weight of the shot put that Miguel Monteiro is using. It's another huge attempt. He looks in good shape, Monteiro. Very bouncy, very explosive athlete. You see here, just bounces a couple of times and then explodes into the swivel. It's another very, very good one. 10.76. Just 9 centimetres shy of his second round effort of 10.85. But he is looking supreme in this under-18 F40 to F41 competition. Joshua Pinnock. His best so far, 6.69. So some 4 meters short of his opponent. Just the 2 athletes in this. So Pinnock is going to have to find over 4 meters from somewhere. Using plenty of chalk to ensure plenty of grip in these soggy conditions. Rain continuing to fall, as you can see there. Quite heavily too. See Pinnock way over 5 meters again. 6.69 in round 2. It's bang on 7 meters this time, so making improvements, Joshua Pinnock. But he's still 3.85 meters short of his rival Miguel Monteiro. Third round effort coming shortly for Egidijus Valčiukas of Lithuania. Amassed 438 points in the Javelin with a throw of 28 meters 35. Got 22-22 in the discus as well. This is the first time he's competed alongside other athletes, so he's having a bit of a break between throws here, which may help him. There you can see it's over halfway between the 5 and the 10 meter mark. 8.29 in round 2. 8.45 in round 3. So improving round by round. Egidijus Valčiukas. I said he was bouncy, Miguel Monteiro. He's very lively and manages to transfer that into his performances. Skipping around. Very light on his feet for a shot put thrower. Important that they get preparations right pre-throw here, especially in these conditions. First drying the shot put with a towel and chalking up the hands. got anything else. 10.85 is his best throw so far. It's out towards double figures again for Miguel Montero. Reminder, if you are just joining us, 10.85 is 2 centimetres further than the current world record, although we can't call it a world record at the moment because we have to verify the weight of the apparatus that Miguel Montero is using. That will determine whether it is or isn't a world record. Well, he's gone even further. 11 metres and 5 centimetres. That is superb from Miguel Montero. He's looking very good for gold, you'd have to say. I don't think Joshua Pinnock there, wearing 84 of Jamaica, he'd have to throw a huge, huge lifetime best. His best in this competition so far, 7 metres, so we're talking 4 metres and 5 centimetres short of Miguel Montero. But he has been improving, Pinnock. And as well as being in contests for medals, it's what a lot of the young athletes here in Nottwil have come here to do. Make improvements, see what level of performance they can achieve on the big stage. That one was red flagged by the official in the throwing circle. So won't be measured for Joshua Pinnock. Yes, Egadius, it is still raining, I'm afraid. Valchukas of Lithuania looking up to the sky. .845 in round 3. He's been steadily improving. Can he continue that trend? I'm glad the official we've got on shot put retrieving duty is very happy in his work and smiling at the camera every single time he collects one. He knows his role. There we see Valchukas, 8 metres 46, so he does continue to improve, albeit by 1 centimetre on his third round. There he is. As soon as he's thrown, straight back in his coat and under the shelter. A small shake of the head from Valchukas. If you've been watching him over the last few days, he never really seems entirely happy with what he's produced. This man will be pretty happy with how things are going. 11 metres and 5 in round 4. Oh my goodness me. He's got a big cheer from some supporters over there watching. I don't think that's quite as good as his previous attempts, but we'll wait and find out. .1064 it is. So no improvement for Montero, but still another very good effort. 1 round to go. Can the conversation with the coaching staff get any more out of him? A reminder that the distance of 10.85 in round 2 and of 11.05 in round 4 are further than the world record of 10.83 set by Dmitry Dushkin in Grosseto at the European Championships last year. We will have to await confirmation of that based on the weight of the shot put that Miguel Montero is using. We started yesterday evening's session with a world record. Well, with 2 world records actually, in Ntando Malangu and Nela Shasfort, both in the 400 metres. Won't be a bad start to the final day if Miguel Montero has managed one as well. 7 metres is Joshua Pinnock's best here so far. Penultimate throw for him. It's white flagged for Pinnock. And I don't think it's going to rival that 7 metres. Maybe just slipped out of his hand a touch. Just looped slightly. A towel or a blanket he's got on his head. Yeah, 5.53 in round 5 for Pinnock. One more opportunity to try and beat his own marker of 7 metres. Don't think he's going to catch Miguel Montero's monstrous 11 metres and 5. Penultimate throw then for Egidijus Valčiukas of Lithuania. .846 in round 4, his best. Improved every round so far. Can he continue to do so? There he is, he propelling that out again towards a similar sort of area. It's 8.49, so it's a matter of a few centimetres here or there for Valčiukas. That's another 3 centimetres added on to his best. I don't know whether he tells himself he's a bit disappointed, so to try and spur himself on to achieve even more. It's working so far. This is Miguel Montero then. Huge 4th round throw with 11 metres and 5 centimetres. His last attempt. How much further can he go? I don't think he can. I don't think he can go out past 11 metres again with that. But he's given us a terrific showing this morning in the men's F40 to 41 shot put under 18s age group. Thrown further than the world record. A reminder, we will find out what weight shot put he's using and get that officially confirmed. It's another throw over 10 metres to sign off with, 10 metres 70. And bar something absolutely extraordinary from Joshua Pinnock here, that will be good enough for the gold medal for Miguel Montero. Well, he's already got the Portuguese flag around. The Portuguese team taking pictures of him. So he's presuming that Joshua Pinnock's not going to find 4 metres and 5 centimetres extra in his final throw. There you see Montero's reaction to the 11 meters and 5 he achieved in round 4. All smiles. He's absolutely delighted. In most cases, you'd call these celebrations a little bit premature, but as I say, Pinnock would have to find 4 meters and 5 with his final throw. He's just taken it, and I don't think he has. So Miguel Montero getting the photos from all the different angles with the Portuguese flag. Pinnock signs off with 6 meters and 24. And we are just having it confirmed that Miguel Montero will not have his name written into the record books. It is a lighter weight shot put in this competition, but still a very, very commendable effort to get over 11 meters. 11.05 for Miguel Montero, wins the men's F40 to 41 under 18 shot put. We've got Javelin on the way next in the F42 to 47 classifications. 2 age groups competing side by side, under 18s and under 20s. The 3 under 18s there at the top of your screen. Simon Klankart, Ali Asghar Saya and Ali Sepavandi. Rest of the athletes underneath them: Garrison Hayes, Elisa Gabriel Buenaventura, Taisei Kasamatsu, Dilbadeep Singh Sandhu, Camille Gniadek in the under 20s age group. We're expecting Dmitry Vasilevich and Hossein Sharifi Mofrad to compete in that as well. Javelin athletes just warming up. And once they are warm, it's a case of trying to stay warm because it's still pretty cool this morning. We're waiting for any glimmer of a sign that the sun might come out. Doesn't look particularly likely at the moment. I think it's stopped raining for now, though. You see another javelin flying through the grey, damp sky. We've got track action on the way momentarily as well. The track is very soggy. I'm going to start with 400 meters in the T11 to T13 classification, under 20 rather, age group. There you see the javelins glistening with a bit of dampness being dried off for the athletes. That competition will get underway shortly. No sooner had the rain stopped here in Nottwil, it has started again. So here are the athletes taking part in the men's javelin, F42 to F47. 3 athletes in the under 18 age group. Simon Klenkaerts of Belgium. Ali Asghar Sayar of Iran, and his compatriot Ali Sepovandi. Sepovandi bronze in the discus, Klenkaert bronze in the shot put. This is Rinku of India in the under 20s age group. Mohammad Fatiganji of Iran, bronze medalist in the shot put here already at Nottwil. This man has been in fine form here in the throwing events. Gold in the discus, gold in the shot put. Can he make it the hat trick? Garrison Hayes of the USA. Eliezer Gabriel Buenaventura of Mexico. Taisei Katamatsu then of Japan. This is the second of the Indian athletes in this field, Dilbadeep Singh Sandhu. Kamil Gniadek of Poland. Dmitry Vasilevich of Belarus, silver medalist in the shot put and the discus behind Garrison Hayes of the USA. And Hossein Sharifi Mofrad of Iran, just outside the medals in the discus. He completes a very stacked field in the men's javelin F42 to 47. 9 athletes competing in the under 20s age group, 3 in the under 18s age group. You see the athletes preparing for our first track event of the penultimate session here. They've been stood out in the pouring rain for a few moments, awaiting the start of their race. There's the start list. 6 athletes taking part in this race. In lane 7, Mehrdad Muradi of Iran, gold in the 100 and bronze in the 200 so far for him. Nicholas Neri in lane 6 for Canada. We've seen him in the 800 and the 1500. Samuel de Souza of Brazil, silver in the 800 for him. Mohammad Mashadian Kuzani of Iran goes in lane 4. Jakub Nitspon in 3, a terrific gold medal in the 200 meters. And then in lane 2, Diego Sancho Villanueva of Spain. It is really hammering it down here. Far from ideal conditions to run in, but run they will. So it's the men's 400 meters, T11 to T13, under 20s. Sancho Villanueva into Nitspon in 3, Mashadian Kuzani in 4, De Souza in 5, Neri in 6, and Muradi in lane 7. Just a brief delay before they're asked to take their marks. You can see there the rain still furiously beating down the track. Very damp now. It's been raining pretty much since the start of the session. and had drizzled early this morning before the day's action started. So we may well just be having one or two technical issues. So rather than leaving the athletes standing out in the rain, they're invited to take cover under the gazebo on the finish line for a moment or two. I see Sancho Villanueva being given a jacket. It's not just a case of staying dry, it's a case of staying warm as well. Samuel de Souza trying to do just that with some jogging on the spot. Somebody's found him a jacket now as well. All part of the learning curve for our young athletes. These things do happen. So whilst they're gathered under that gazebo in close proximity to each other, it'll all be about making sure that they remain in the right frame of mind to start this race when we're ready for it. The final event for all of these athletes. Many of them, well, all of them have taken part in one or two other disciplines. Three of the 6 men currently camped under that gazebo are medalists here in Nottwil. So some confirmation of some results to bring you from the shot put competition we were watching earlier in the F40 to 41 classifications. In the under 18 age group, gold medalist was Miguel Monteiro of Portugal. 11 meters and 5 centimeters. Reminded that that's further than the world record, but he was using a lighter weight of shot put in this competition, so it will not be classified as a world record, but still a very, very good distance for Miguel Monteiro. Only 2 athletes in that under 18 competition, so only a gold medal to play for. Monteiro got it. Joshua Pinnock's best throw, 7 meters exactly. 286 points for the Jamaican athlete. In the under 20s, it was Egidius Valchukas up against himself. He managed to continue to improve throughout the rounds. And his final round throw of 8 meters 80 was good enough for 372 points. You hear our announcer there saying that Miguel Monteiro's throw was a world record. If you're basing it on distance alone, then I guess that's correct, but it won't go down in the record books as a world record because of the different weight of shot put that Monteiro was using. So the world record in the F40 classification does still stand at 10 meters 83. You see our officials here are working hard to make sure that all of the equipment is as it should be. as we still standing by to start this men's 400 metres T11 to T13 classification under 20s age group. It is our, or will be, our first track event of the morning. Then we'll have the women's 400 metres in these classification. And we've got some 1500 metre races to come. A few 800s. And then the under 18s 400 metres in the T11 to T13 classifications will round off the track action for the day. So the athletes have been summoned back out from underneath their gazebo. Rain continuing to tumble here in Nottwil. We had 3 days of dry, hot and sunny weather. Very, very different conditions today for these athletes, and they'll have to get back into the right shape physically and mentally. Been waiting for at least 10 minutes now from the point that they were first brought out onto the track. So once again, it's the men's 400 metres T11 to T13 under 20s. In lane 2, Diego Sancho Villanueva of Spain. In 3, Jakub Nitzpon of Poland. In 4, Mohamed Mashadian Kuzani of Iran. In 5, Samuel de Souza of Brazil. 6, Nicolas Neri of Canada. And in 7, Mehrdad Maradi of Iran. And we are away with this one. So everybody in this field, a T13 athlete, apart from Mehrdad Maradi on the outside in lane 7. There he is on the left of your screen there, wearing the yellow top and the orange shorts. He's a T12 athlete. He's gone out pretty strongly, as has Samuel de Souza of Brazil in lane 5. Nitzpon going pretty well for Poland in lane 3 as well. Just outside him, Mashadian Kuzani is still in the mix as well. De Souza from lane 5 is coming through, but there is also Mashadian Kuzani, and it's going to be those two that will race for the line. De Souza's just about got the advantage. Mashadian Kuzani is trying to finish strongly. He's eating up the ground on every step, and there's a fall there just before the line for De Souza. Nitzpon crossed the line second, and Souza pretty much had to throw himself over the line whilst lying on the floor. Drama a couple of meters short of the line there for Samuel de Souza of Brazil. Don't know whether he slipped or whether he didn't have anything left to give, but Mohamed Mashadian Kuzani was waiting in the wings, ready to cross the line first, and he did, the Iranian athlete. De Souza being consoled by his Brazilian teammates on the near side there. Mashadian Kuzani, hugs for him from his Iranian colleagues. He was almightily close to Samuel de Souza anyway, and then de Souza just lost his footing. Must have been no more than a metre from the line. There you can see just how damp the conditions are right from the start. Maradi went off pretty hard from lane 7, the T12 athlete. Remember that his time will be converted into points, as will the times of the T13 athletes, and it's points that will decide the medals. But here's the race between de Souza and Mashadian Kuzani. In the purple, Mashhadi and Kazani just starting to close the gap. De Sousa working really hard to make sure that he stayed in front, and then his legs just seemed to give way. Mashhadi and Kazani crossed the line first. Nitspon went through, I think, in second before De Sousa could get his chest over the line. Yeah, he just... maybe his legs were tiring and he just lost his foot underneath him as well. That allowed Mashhadi and Kazani to come in and pinch first place in the race from right underneath his nose. Well, it would have been a good race between the two of them on the final straight without that slip. But it certainly was Mashhadi and Kazani who crossed the line first. Nitspon of Poland, who got gold in the 200 meters, was second across the line. De Sousa third, but we will have to work that out and take into account Medad Muradi's run in lane 7 as a T12 athlete in order to get the points to work out where the medals went in that drama in the first track event of the day. We've got the women's 400 meters T11 to T13 under 20s race to come for you shortly. 2 athletes in this one. We've got Adriana Carrillo Vizcarra of Mexico, around the 800 meters on her own here in the sports arena Nottwil. This time she's got a direct competitor in the shape of Ithaso Mungira Ortiz, who got bronze in the 200 meters. So they've kind of worked in different directions in terms of the distances that they've been running. This is the shortest of the distances that Adriana Carrillo will run, and it's the longest of the distances that Ithaso Mungira will run, so it makes for an intriguing contest. And before we start that 400 meter race, we've got a few more athletes to meet. They'll be taking part in the women's F40 to 41 shot put competitions. Under 18s and under 20s competing alongside each other, but not in direct competition for medals. In fact, there is no medal in the under 20 age group, with Rabia Tirit there on the right of your screen, the only athlete in that age category. There are 3 in the under 18s. This is Moesha Monique Morris of Jamaica.
From Jamaica, Moesha Monique Morris.
So one and only event. Morris, this lady we've seen a lot of, Guadalupe Vergara Quezada. Won gold in the discus, was the only athlete competing in the javelin. This is her 3rd of 3 throwing events. And this is Petra Struklic, who finished in silver medal position behind Vergara Quezada in that discus competition. 2nd position, no silver medal, there were only 2 athletes in that. And this is Rabia Tirit of Turkey, in a non-medal event in the under 20s age group. So they made them stand out in the field to be introduced to everybody. They'll go straight back under the gazebo before the start of that competition, the women's shot put F40 to 41.
Presentation, 400 meters, women, class T11, T30.
Here are the athletes, the 2 athletes in the women's 400 meters T11 to T13 under 20 then. Ithaso Mungira Ortiz de Cosca and her guide Jesus Mungira. And then in lane 3 goes Adriana Carrillo Vizcarra and her guide, Adrian Marquez. Both athletes in the T11 classification, only a gold medal on the table for this one. It is a straight race, a 1v1, or a 2v2 if you like, given that they're both running with guides. It's the women's 400 meters, T11 to T13, under 20s age group. Adriana Carrillo-Vizcarra with her guide Adrian Marquez in 3, Itaso Mungira and her guide Jesus Mungira in lane number 5. You see Jesus Mungira just making sure that Itaso Mungira is exactly in the right place, ready to start this race. And the beeping goes off within the starting equipment. So we had a delay with the start of the men's race. We'll have to wait a few moments to restart this women's race. Just have a look at the readings and see whether there was an athlete at fault there. Or maybe just a slight glitch. Let's just have a look at the start there, see if we can give anything away. They both seem to get away at pretty much the same time. So at first glance, it would seem that there wasn't an athlete at fault. Our officials have had a conversation, and it's a green card being shown to both of the athletes. So we will still have both of them competing in this women's 400 meters, T11 to T13. Both T11 athletes, both running with guides, as is the requirement in the T11 classification. Once again then in 3, Adriana Carrillo-Vizcarra of Mexico, her guide Adrian Marquez. In 5, Itaso Mungira and her guide Jesus Mungira. We're away second time round then, the women's 400 metres, T11 to T13, under 20s age group. Going out pretty strongly in lane 5 in the opening stages is Itaso Mungira Ortiz de Cosca of Spain. Remember, there's a lane between them though, so start to even itself out maybe on the back straight as Carrillo of Mexico starts to get motoring, and indeed she does. She's starting to close that gap as they come around the top bend. That gap is decreasing all the time. Mungira of Spain went out very quickly. Carrillo really made up some ground on the back straight, and now as they come around the top bend, it's going to be very interesting to see how they straighten out. Mungira seems to be fading whilst Carrillo is working hard with her guide Adrian Marquez, and they will come into the home straight with Carrillo of Mexico in the lead, and she's looking super strong, and it's going to be Adriana Carrillo-Vizcarra who comes through to take the gold medal in the women's 400 metres. Unofficial time of 1:09.42. Good run for Carrillo-Vizcarra. You can see there that she put everything into it. She had to run the 800 meters on her own. Carrillo-Vizcarra. That's Itaso Mungira. Bronze medalist in the 200 meters. Found the 400 pretty tough going. Started very well, Ithasu Mungira. But as Carrillo got into her rhythm, as they got onto the back straight, that's when the gap started to close, and started to close very quickly. Mungira starting to struggle, Carrillo finding an extra gear, so that as they came around the top bend and into the home straight, it was Carrillo who was looking very good and managed to cross the line first by pretty safe margin, you'd have to say. So only 2 athletes in that, so only a gold medal, and it goes the way of that lady, Adriana Carrillo Vizcarra of Mexico. You can see still very grey above the Sport Arena Nottwil here. Another result to bring you in the men's T11 to T13 under 20s race. Gold in that one went to Mohammed Mashadian Kuzani of Iran, 52.32, 724 points for him. He capitalised on Samuel de Souza's slip just before the line, as did Jakub Nitspon. He got silver, 52.92. It's good enough for 679 points. Samuel de Souza, lying on the floor about a metre from the line, did manage to sort of almost do a press-up to get his chest over the line and make sure that he crossed the line third, and that was good enough for bronze once the points were worked out. 53.28 for him, 651 points. Fourth was Maradi, fifth was Sancho Villanueva, and sixth was Nicholas Neri. We've got lots more action coming for you on the penultimate, on the final day of action here at the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Stay with us, we'll be back in a moment or two.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to the penultimate session of action at the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships 2017 here from a drizzly Nottwil in Switzerland. Just had a couple of 400-meter races. There's action going on in the field as well in the men's javelin, F42 to 47. Speaking of the 400 meters, just had the result confirmed and verified from the women's 400 T11 to T13 under 20s age group. Gold for Adriana Carrillo Vizcarra of Mexico. 109.43 was her time, 312 points. Only a gold medal in that one. Second, Itazo Mungira of Spain. That was the second round effort for Ali Sepavandi of Iran in the under-18s men's javelin. So that's round 2 of the under-20 competition. That's Rinku of India.
Silver medalist representing Chile, Amanda.
Jacket straight back on for Rinku. Just wait to find out what that's been measured at for him. 46.69. Next to go, Mohammad Fatiganji of Iran. Already got a bronze in the shot put, just outside the medals at the Rio 2016 Paralympics last year in the javelin. Fatiganji, very, very good athlete indeed. What can he produce in round 2? Pretty decent indeed from Fatiganji. You see, took a huge run up, just dipped the javelin before getting it into the throwing position and almost towing the line. Stealing as many centimetres as he could. Fatiganji, like the man before him, Rinku, in the F46 classification. It's 45.61 for him, so it's just short of his rival's second round effort of 46.69. Now this is Garrison Hayes of the USA. Gold in the discus, gold in the shot put. On a quest, on a mission for the hat-trick of throwing events. Put his hat and his sunglasses out there, dropping his javelin nearly. So make sure the grip is exactly right. A reminder, it is pretty damp out there, so it's not just about the grip on the javelin with these guys as well. They are running along a wet runway. Hayes with a shorter, more deliberate run-up than we saw from Fatiganji. It's not quite as far as the men before him, but Garrison Hayes in a different classification, so they're not competing directly for distance. Hayes in the F42 classification. Seemed pretty happy with it, Garrison Hayes. See what it's measured at. 37.98 for the American. And so that javelin will continue to take place in the infield, as is the women's F40 to 41 shot put, and we'll go back down to the track for our next action. It comes in the men's 1500 meters, T53 to 54. Going in lane 5 in this one, Spencer Kimbrough. Inside him in lane 4, Ludwig Malta, who produced a blistering display to win the 800 meters yesterday. This man, Miguel Jimenez Vergara, struggled in the 800. He's the gold medalist over 200 and 400 meters here in Nottwil. And there in lane 2 is Samuel Rizzo of Australia. A silver and a bronze so far here in Nottwil for him. So it's the men's 1500 meters, T53 to 54, under 18 age group. Very competitive, very strong field. Spencer Kimbrough in lane 5 of USA, T53 athlete. Rizzo, Jimenez Vergara and Malta in the T54 classification. And away we go then, 1500 meters. Shout of attack it comes from one of the team coaches down by the commentary position here. And that's certainly what Miguel Jimenez Vergara has done so far. He had a very sluggish start in the 800 meters yesterday, and he never really recovered from that. Very quick, as I say, over 200 and 400 as well. He'll want to dispel the demons of that 800 meter race yesterday. He's in first place at the moment. Samuel Rizzo of Australia in second, and Ludwig Malta, who's proved his worth over 800 meters, of Austria, in third. Spencer Kimbrough fourth in terms of track position, but remember he's a T53 athlete. Rizzo now opting to dive down the inside of Jimenez Vergara, and Ludwig Malta is going to follow Rizzo through that gap as well. Jimenez Vergara almost moving out wide to allow that to happen. Led out for the first stage of the race, Miguel Jimenez Vergara, but it's all change as we come around again. Rizzo moving through to the front. Malta in second. Jimenez Vergara just tucking in behind those two. Spencer Kimbrough still going around very well for the USA as well. A couple of bronze medals for him over 200 and 400. Perhaps better over the shorter distances, Kimbrough. But it's Rizzo, Malta and Jimenez Vergara, all in the T54 classification and all right next to each other. Jimenez Vergara has had enough of sitting behind them as he thinks about moving around the outside. Malta's found a bit of a gap on the inside of Rizzo, and it's almost like they want to take a lap each to lead here. Malta is now the man at the front of the three. Jimenez Vergara in second. Rizzo tucked in third, but still nothing to choose between them. Here they come to take the bell then. Malta takes it, and Jimenez Vergara finds a bit of space on the inside and starts to get going. Jimenez Vergara in front, Malta in second, Rizzo still trying to stay with them. Spencer Kimbrough just coming through to take the bell as well, but down on the back straight there. Jimenez Vergara, we know that he's quick, but what has he got left in the tank at the end of this 1500-meter race? Ludwig Malta now starts to think about making a move around the outside on the top bend. Rizzo is still in the mix as well. Malta and Jimenez Vergara side by side as they come around into the final 100 meters. Jimenez Vergara in the bright yellow helmet there on the right of your screen. Ludwig Malta thinks he's got the strength on the finish. The Austrian, he's just about in front of the American, and Malta's just got to get there first ahead of Jimenez Vergara. Good show of mutual respect between the two of them there. Jimenez Vergara, a little shake of the head and a wry smile. Just couldn't quite get himself back in front of Malta. Hands on head for Jimenez Vergara. He knows how close that was. That was such a good race between the two of them. Rizzo was waiting in the wings as well and trying to make sure that he was still in the mix. They were the first three to cross the line. Spencer Kimbrough of the USA coming through now. Remember, Kimbrough in the T53 classification, so all of those times will be converted into points. But in terms of the battle of the T54 trio, that was just about won by a whisker by Ludwig Malta of Austria. Proving his worth over the longer distances. He was only 50 points off a bronze medal in the 400 meters, Malta. Oh, it was a race that had a lot of chopping and changing between the three T54 athletes. Attack it was the cry from the USA coach, and Jimenez Vergara did so to begin with. It was him at the front with 3 laps to go. And then as they came around the start of the next lap, it was Rizzo from Malta from Jimenez Vergara. And then on the next lap, it was all change again. Malta, Jimenez Vergara, and Rizzo. And that's when they took the bell. And then Malta just left a gap on the inside for Jimenez Vergara to move into. He did so willingly. And then it was these two side by side in a sprint finish. And you see just how close it was. Malta from Jimenez Vergara from Rizzo. So we'll bring you the confirmed results once we have them from that men's 1500 metres, T53 to 54, once the times have been turned into points. And we're moving on to our next track event now. It's the women's 1500 metres, T53 to 54 in the under 18s age group. Hannah Dedrick and Elizabeth Flock of the USA and Licia Musinelli of the host nation Switzerland. Also going in this race is Abby Farrell of the USA, who is an under-20 athlete. She's not in competition for a medal, but she's the only T54 athlete in the under-20 age group, so she will race in this so that she has some track competition, shall we say, but no medal at stake for Abby Farrell, so it's just gold and silver on the table for the 3 athletes in the under-18 age group. So there is Abby Farrell of the USA. She's raced a couple of times here with her under-18 compatriot Sophie Munter. This time she raced with her under-18 compatriots Hannah Dedrick and Elizabeth Flock. Farrell in lane 7 then. In lane 4, that is Elizabeth Flock of the USA. 3 bronze medals so far. There is no bronze available in this race, with there being only 3 athletes in the under-18 age group. Licia Musinelli of Switzerland got silver in the 800 meters, has got better the longer the races have got. And that's Hannah Dedrick of the USA. Gold in the 200, gold in the 400, gold in the 800. Going for 4 from 4. She'll go in the 100 meters in this evening's session as well, Dedrick. 5 golds is surely unthinkable. So it's the women's 1500 meters, T53 to 54. Dedrick in 2, Musinelli in 3, Flock in 4. And the under-20 athlete not in contest for a medal here in lane 7, Abby Farrell. Away we go, and it's Hannah Dedrick who's already made her move up towards the front. Licia Musinelli in the red of Switzerland in between the 2 American athletes early on here. Interesting to see if the lead chops and changes as many times as it did in the men's race just a couple of moments ago. Going out at a fairly steady pace. Abby Farrell was away behind as they came down the back straight, but now Farrell has started to motor. On the left of your picture there, she's in the under 20 age group, so she's not competing for a medal here. It's the 3 athletes on the right of your screen there who are competing for gold and silver only. So as they cross the line for the first time, it's Hannah Dedrick from Licia Musinelli from Elizabeth Flock in the under 18 race. Farrell going round them in lane 2 on the outside, but just a chance for her to race on the track against fellow athletes. Abby Farrell under 20, not an under 18, so not competing for a medal. No change at the moment then. Dedrick, Musinelli, Flock. Flock there in the sort of orangey bronze coloured chair, and it's bronze that's been the colour of her championship so far. 3 of them, in fact. Hannah Dedrick hasn't tasted anything other than success so far here in Nottwil. She leads, but Flock has started to make a move and has gone past Musinelli of Switzerland. All still very tight on the left of the picture there. Abby Farrell is racing alongside these under-18 athletes. It's Hannah Dedrick that crosses the line. 2 first, 2 laps to go. Musinelli tucked in just behind her. Elizabeth Flock on the outside of those 2. Flock is now starting to try and stamp her authority on this race. She's gone past Musinelli and she's now side by side on the back straight with her compatriot Dedrick. Abby Farrell is still going around with them as well. It is really bunched up still at this stage of the race. Dedrick has responded to Elizabeth Flock's ramp up of the pace. So it's still Dedrick at the front there. Musinelli in red just behind her. Flock just on the outside of them. 2 American under-18 athletes side by side as they come through to take the bell. 1 lap to go. It's Dedrick that will cross the line first with 400 meters remaining. Musinelli tucked in behind her. Flock just comes back inside, but as Dedrick and Musinelli turn up the pace, they're going to leave Flock behind here. So Dedrick versus Musinelli, as it was in the 800 meters. Dedrick came out on top in that one. Musinelli, seeking gold for the host nation in red, has stayed with her so far and has responded and is continuing to respond and is now mounting an attack of her own on the outside there. Musinelli, Dedrick on the inside of the USA. Musinelli trying to go around her on the top bend here for Switzerland. This is going to be another fascinating tussle between those 2. It was really good in the 800 meters yesterday. Musinelli is starting to pull away here. Has Dedrick's run of gold medals finally come to an end? Less than 100 meters to go. Musinelli is looking good and she's continuing to push away. And she is going to come through to take gold for the host nation, Switzerland. A really well-timed race by Musinelli. Victory for the home athlete. Dedrick beaten for the first time at these championships. Farrell, the under-20 athlete, crosses the line in third. And Elizabeth Flock will be outside the medals with there only being gold and silver on the table in the under-18 age group. Look at the smile on the face of Licia Musanelli. With about 200 meters to go, she launched her final attack, went around the outside of Hannah Dedrick and had plenty of strength, plenty of power still to give. And that will please the host nation greatly. What a performance by Licia Musanelli. And we see from the start there, Hannah Dedrick wanting to show who was boss. She led it out throughout. It was her from Musanelli, from Flock for the majority of the race. Flock tried to make a couple of injections of pace throughout the race, but wasn't really able to impact on the front two. Musanelli was just happy to sit in behind Hannah Dedrick and bide her time and wait for the right opportunity. This is where Elizabeth Flock just started to try and up the ante slightly. Abby Farrell, the under-20 athlete, also really making that for a good race on the track, although not in the hunt for a medal, Abby Farrell. Still it was Dedrick, and Flock just decided to try and put some pressure on and see if she could make Dedrick and Musanelli start thinking about things. And as they took the bell, Dedrick and Musanelli were pulling away from Flock and leaving her behind. Gold and silver only on the table, and it became a straight shootout between these two. That's when Musanelli started to make the move on the outside, on the top bend of Dedrick, who was desperately trying to go with her. Just look at the power and the endurance of Musanelli to continue to pull away right through to the line. Big celebrations from the Swiss athlete. Here it is, the smile and the clench of the fist. Absolutely brilliant from Musanelli. Silver in the 800 meters. She's gone one better, and she is a gold medalist here at the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships on home soil. More 1500 meter action for you now as we move up an age category in the T53 to 54. This is the under-20s race. 3 athletes in this, so again, only gold and silver up for grabs. Philip Croft of the USA, Jack Agnew of Great Britain, and Taishi Yamakita of Japan are the 3 athletes in this one. All of these athletes have medalled here in Nottwil. So they are all pretty useful. Philip Croft, T53 classification. Yamakita and Agnew both in the T54. So it's not necessarily he who crosses the line first as to he who is at the #1 spot on the podium. As ever in multi-class racing, it's the Razor point score system, updated annually to take into account trends of performance across the classifications, and also uses results all the way back to the Sydney 2000 Paralympic Games. We're using the version released in March of this year to calculate the points based on the time posted. So in lane 4, Jack Agnew of Great Britain, gold medalist in the 800 meters, picked up silver in the 4 and bronze in the 2, has got better as the races have got longer, Jack Agnew. Has he got another gold medal in him? Taishi Yamakita, he was the bronze medalist in that 800 meter race. This is Philip Croft from the United States of America. 2 silvers and a bronze so far for him here in Nottwil. So this is the men's 1500 metres, T53 to 54, under 20s. Croft of the USA in 2, Yamakita of Japan in 3, and Jack Agnew of Great Britain in lane 4. It's Agnew who immediately moves himself to the front. And immediately opens up a gap ahead of the other 2 athletes in this. Remember, Philip Croft in the T53 classification, Yamakita and Agnew in the T54 classification. So Yamakita and Agnew are in direct competition on the track and in terms of times against each other. Philip Croft's will be calculated as well. Agnew just has a quick look over his shoulder to see where they are. Not as far behind as they were halfway around that opening 3/4 of a lap. But Agnew knew from the start that he just wanted to move in front of the other 2 and control this race. Philip Croft is just trying to inject a bit of pace there. He spotted a gap on the inside of Agnew and through it he goes. Yamakita right behind him. So it's Croft from Yamakita from Agnew as they come down the home straight for the second time. Reminder once again, Philip Croft of the USA T53 classified athlete, Yamakita and Agnew T54. And the world record in this event was actually set on this track earlier this year by Brent Lakatos of Canada. 251.84 it's at. Not going to get anywhere near that, these guys, but Agnew of Great Britain has moved himself back to the front after a lap tucked in behind. Yamakita paying close attention to the British athlete as well. Croft third on the track at the moment, but remember his time will produce a slightly different point score in a different classification as Agnew now starts to try and pick up the pace again, asking questions of Yamakita, who can't go with him as Agnew starts to progress down the back straight. All about posting as quick a time as possible for Agnew to make sure that he amasses more points than Philip Croft. Agnew is leaving the other 2 behind. Jack Agnew of Great Britain. Gold in the 800 metres, 146.37 in that. He's going to come through to cross the line first in this 1500 metre race in an unofficial time of 3:53.23. Close on the line between Yamakita and Philip Croft in 2 different classifications, but always good to have an on-track rivalry there. Both of them will have helped each other, no doubt, to a quick finish. No doubt about who crossed the line first, Jack Agnew. Question now is whether Philip Croft's time in the T53 classification will amount to more points than Jack Agnew in the T54 classification. Again, as soon as that result is processed and confirmed, we will bring it to you. Croft, 2 silvers and a bronze. Agnew has all 3 different coloured medals, bronze, silver and gold, here in Nottwil. How he'd love to make it 2 in the middle distances. Started pretty strongly, Jack Agnew. Built up a bit of a gap. But then just had a look over his right shoulder there to see where the other athletes were, and then allowed them to close back up. Then Croft took it out with Yamakita still looking pretty good, still looking in the mix, but Jack Agnew looking very comfortable indeed with 2 laps to go. Then Croft just opened the door and looked over his shoulder to let Agnew through on the inside. Constantly aware of what's going on, Agnew. Good race awareness. Yamakita attempting to stay with him. But then as they took the belt, Agnew just continued to put in the work and put in the meters between him and Yamakita, so that here as we came around the top bend, the final stages of the race, the gap was a fairly considerable one. Then it was all about just putting the head down and finishing as strongly as possible for Jack Agnew. He did just that. As I say, unofficially 3:53.23, and that's how close it was on the line between Croft and Yamakita. 2 different classifications, I'll remind you though, between Croft and Yamakita, so again, it will all come down to the points, but no doubt about who dominated on the track there. Jack Agnew of Great Britain. We've got more results to bring for you from a couple of races that have just passed, and we'll bring those to you after the break.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to the penultimate session of the World Para Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil, Switzerland. Sunday morning, grey skies and a damp track. Far from what we're used to seeing over the last few days here, but it hasn't stopped the action being as entertaining as ever. A few results to bring you from races that we saw before the break. In the women's 1500 metres T51 to 54 classification, under 18 age group, gold medal for the host nation Switzerland won by Licia Musinelli. 4:14.85, 329 points for that. Really fascinating race between her and Hannah Dedrick of the USA, who had a hat-trick of golds before that race. Had to settle for silver at this time. 4:16.32 for her, 315 points. Only 3 athletes in the under-18 age group in that race, so no medal for third place. That was Elizabeth Flock, also of the USA. In the men's race, 1500 meters T, 51 to 54, the gold was won by Ludwig Malta of Austria, 326.98, 532 points for him. Miguel Jimenez Vergara, silver for the USA. Samuel Rizzo, bronze for Australia. Jimenez Vergara, 327.06, 531 points. Again, it was a really close race between him and Malta. So tight on the line. Just 8/100ths of a second in it. Samuel Rizzo not far behind them either, 327.45 for bronze. Spencer Kimbrough, T53 athlete, outside the medals on this occasion.
For discus, main F11 to F13, under 18. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Haosha Gao, World Para-Athletic Senior Manager. Gold medalist representing Argentina, Ignacio Barodi.
So we're casting our eye back to the javelin now. In the men's F42 to 47 classifications, this is Hossein Sharifi Mofrad. Round 4 in this competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Argentina.
There he is, the man from Iran. Just outside the medals in the discus, Sharifi Mofrad. Be really desperate to go one better, get himself in the top 3. Fairly populated field of 9 athletes competing in the under 20 age group. That's Garrison Hayes of the USA, 2-time gold medalist here in Nottwil already. Discus and shot put success for him so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world
Deep in
champion
conversation with
medal.
one of his competitors, Garrison Hayes. This is Simon Klenkart, wearing 19. Competing for Belgium. That's in the under 18s age category. It's Klenkart versus Ali Asghar Sayar and Ali Sepavandi of Iran. All 3 of them F46 athletes.
Men
So
F11,
5th round for Klenkart.
F13, under 20. Please welcome the medalists.
Just a puff of the cheeks and a roll of the eyes for Klenkart.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, David.
That was his
Lugo.
penultimate effort. No good. This is Ali Asghar Sayar.
Silver medalist representing Argentina, David
He struggled a bit with the strength of the competition in the shot put. Sayar,
Ortiz Antonio.
6th of the 6 competitors. And this is his compatriot Ali Sepavandi.
Gold medalist representing Spain, Salvador Morena Ciudad.
Officials have got some measuring to do this time, just a sort of bouncy trot up towards the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Perhaps a touch too much height on it from Sepavandi. But it's 35.65, no improvement for him at this stage. Still one more round to go in that under 18 competition. On to the under-20s once again. Rinku of India. $50 meters 66 for him. Next is Mohamed Fatiganji.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Fatiganji, bronze medalist in the shot put. Competed very well at the Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro last year. Huge roar from him as he lets fly with another huge one. He's competing directly against Rinku of India in the F46 classification. 50.66 in round 5 from Rinku.
50 meter 66 or Rinku, India.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony.
There you see, putting everything into it. Fatiganji.
F20, under 20.
And it's been measured at 51.32.
Gold medal.
So a good contest between him and Rinku.
Yasemin Kashimjo.
There it is, 51.32. Garrison Hayes, F42 athlete from the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Turkey.
Very explosive athlete, competed in the 100 meters here as well. 2 gold from 2 in the throws so far for Hayes. He's a fierce competitor. Also highly competitive in skiing and mountain biking. US All-American in the 100, the discus, the shot put and the javelin. He is very much an all-rounder, but very much at the top level of everything that he applies himself to. 35.61
Ladies and
in round 5 for him, so no improvement there, but still one throw to go.
For shot put, main F20, under 20. Please welcome the medalist.
Next to go, Elisa Gabriel Buenaventura,
New Zealand, check lower.
Para-Pan American champion in the Javelin. And that is a huge effort from him. Like Rinku and Fatiganji, is an F46 athlete, Gabriel Buenaventura.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of New Zealand.
Javelin specialist, the Mexican. And he's using his success to improve his family's fortunes. Take a bit longer to measure this one because the official had to go much further out into the field. What has he come up with in the penultimate round here? Elisa Gabriel Buenaventura. 52.92.
The world champion medalist.
That's further than his fellow F46 athletes have managed in this round. Next to go, Taisei Kasamatsu of Japan, the only F44 athlete in this field. It's pretty quick, Kasamatsu. 6th in the 100 meters earlier on.
51 meters, 32 for Mohamed Fatigani and 52.92 for Elisa Gabriel Buenaventura, Mexico. Good results in the 5th
And there is Kasamatsu.
Weitere gute Schwerwurfresultate.
Doubling up between the javelin and the 100 meters.
Bereits zurückgegeben. Dann 51 Meter 32 für Mohamed Fatigani, Iran. Und 52 Meter 92 für Elisa Gabriel Buenaventura, Mexiko. Und auch der nächste Athlet im Schwerwurfanlauf.
Reaching the business end of this contest
Über 50 Meter geworfen heute.
in the F42 to 47 men's javelin competition. Athletes across F42, F44 and F46, so all the distances will be converted into points within each classification. 32 meters 70, that effort for Kasamatsu. Next to go, Dilbadeep Sandhu of India. He's in direct competition with his compatriot who is throwing first in this field, the Rinku. And it's 32.70 was the distance attained by Taisei Kasamatsu. Just ticked over at 43.25 for Dilbadeep Singh Sandhu. Now Kamil Gniadek of Poland. Also in the F46 classification. Got to be getting out towards 50 meters to be mixing it with the best in that. Gniadek unable to get out towards those kind of distances. Just over 20 meters. Big fan of the railways, Gniadek. Studies at a technical college that specialises in all things to do with trains and train tracks. This is Vasilevich of Belarus. Another man in the F46 classification. Again, to be mixing it with the likes of Rinku and Fatiganji. You need to be out towards that 50-meter mark. They just have come short of the 40-meter mark there, Vasilevich.
Am Start 2 Athleten und eine Athletin. Bei den
38.84 is his penultimate throw. Dmitry Vasilevich of Belarus.
Bei den Männern U18 aus Saudi-Arabien.
This is the final man to go in the penultimate round of this under-20s F42 to 47 javelin. Hossein Sharifi Mofrad of Iran. He is in the F42 classification, as is Garrison Hayes of the USA, so those two are directly comparable by distance, but of course those distances will be calculated into points and factored up against the athletes in the F44 and F46 classifications, also competing in this javelin. Relies almost solely on the upper body power. No real run-up to speak of. 35.08. It's going to be close between him and Garrison Hayes in the battle of the F42 athletes in that field. We are now going to go back down to the track for our next event. It's the men's 800 meters, T35 to 38. This is the under 18 age category.
Next race in a few minutes, 800 meters, class T34.
Got 5 athletes going in this one across 4 different classifications from T35, T36, T37 and T38.
From Germany, Felix Maximilian Sven Krüsemann.
So going in lane 6, Felix Krüsemann. There you can see behind him plenty of support from the German team and fans. Lane 5, Daniel Bounty of Australia. Comes here as an 800-meter specialist. First time we've seen him compete here in Nottwil. This is Zachary Gingras in lane 4 of Canada, bronze medalist in the 200 meters, just outside the medals in the 100. What's he like over the longer distances? This is Paul Raub in lane 3 for Germany. Cue more cheering and flag waving from the German supporters. And in lane 2 for New Zealand, Guy Harrison. Also an 800-meter specialist, his one and only outing here in Nottwil. So it's the men's 800 meters, T35 to 38, under 18s age group. Harrison of New Zealand in 2, Raub of Germany in 3, Gingras of Canada in 4, Bounty of Australia in 5, and Krüsemann of Germany in lane 6. Away we go then. The under 18 age group of the T35 to 38, 800 meters. Zachary Gingras, the tall character in the grey and black vest. Kruseman and Raub of Germany there in 2 and 3 at the moment. And Daniel Bounty of Australia just tucked in behind Raub at the moment. So Gingras leading things out early on. He and Daniel Bounty of Australia in the T38 classification. Bounty there in 4th on the track. Just behind Gingras, Felix Kruseman, looking comfortable and calm early doors. And now just moves up to go around Gingras as they take the bell. It's those two that have created a bit of a gap between themselves and Bounty and Raub. Bounty makes a move around Raub now to try and stay with them, but Kruseman and Gingras are going to go head to head here, you feel, as they come down the back straight. 2 different classifications, so their times will all be turned into points here, but it's always good to have an individual to race with on the track as well. Gingras moves back around Kruseman to be a step or 2 ahead. Out in 3rd all on his own at the moment, Daniel Bounty has left Paul Raub behind. Those two again in 2 different classifications, so it's all about getting the best time possible for these individual athletes. Gingras looking comfortable as he comes around the top bend. Kruseman staying with him. Gingras, T38 athlete, now being encouraged to get motoring down the home straight. Of course, it is all about the times. Gingras is going to come through to cross the line first. Time unofficially at 2:06.08. Good run by Kruseman to cross the line second. Well supported indeed on the finish line by lots of flag-waving German supporters. Third across the line there in the background, Daniel Bounty of Australia. Still a couple of athletes coming in to post as good a time as they can within their own classification. Paul Raub, the only T36 athlete in this race. He's crossing the line now, there he is. And bringing it home, Guy Harrison of New Zealand in the T35 classification. So athletes across 4 classifications. Those times will be put through the point score system, respective to each of the individual classifications, to work out the destination of the medals. But it was a confident run by Zachary Gingras. He looks fairly pleased with it. Kruseman wasn't far away from him throughout, though. Very easy on the eye, Zachary Gingras, his running style. This was the state of play at the halfway mark almost. Gingras and Kruseman just started to inject some pace and leave Bounty and Raub behind. And then Gingras continued to stretch those longer legs out, pull away from Kruseman. T37 athlete, Gingras T38. Tongue out as he worked hard down the final few meters, Zachary Gingras. That's the beauty of multi-class sport, in that it's against the clock, really. You have to make sure that you run right through the line, not just good enough to win it on the track when there are athletes of other classifications there. Zachary Gingras very proud to represent Canada. Next race is the women's 800 meters T35 to 38 under 18s race. Bianca Marini of Italy and Bergrun Adelsteinsdottir of Iceland. So 2 athletes in this one from 2 different classifications. That's Bergrun Osk Adelsteinsdottir. She is wearing 71. She's a T37 athlete. Narrowly missed out on a medal in the 200 metres, was 4th in that. So she went pretty well in that 200 metre race. And this is the one and only time that we'll see Bianca Marini of Italy just here in Nottwil to run the 800 metres only. So Marini in the T35 classification, Adelsteinsdottir in the T37 classification. It's the women's 800 metres T35 to 38 under 18s. And away they go for 2 laps of the track. Reminder that in groups of classifications, the higher the number, so between T35 and T38, the higher the number, the less severe the impairment. So in terms of who will get round the 800 metres quicker, we'll expect it to be Bergrun Adelsteinsdottir, but it's all about the time that these 2 athletes post in respect of their own individual classification. That's Adelsteinsdottir, T37 athlete. In that classification, runners with moderate coordination impairments on one side. And that's Marini of Italy in the T35 classification, where runners are affected in all limbs and mostly in the legs. So it's the 2 different classifications in this multi-class 800 metres race. Only a gold medal up for grabs here with only 2 athletes competing. So it's all about running your race plan and doing so against the clock. Coming through to take the bell then at the halfway stage, Bergrun Adelsteinsdottir. 1:26.50. The split time for her. And now Bianca Marini comes through to start lap 2 of 2 in her race. 1:48.12 at the bell. There is Marini. And Adelsteinsdottir coming around the top bend for the final time. As I say, just outside the medal places in the 200 metres. She would love to make it gold in this event. .100 metres or so to go. Time in the T37 classification world record 2:42.39 has been and gone about 10 seconds ago. Going to be in and around the 3-minute mark here for Adelsteinsdottir, just outside it. 3:02.49 is the unofficial time there. And now coming through to complete the final 100 metres or so of her race, Bianca Marini of Italy. The announcer and the crowd giving her plenty of encouragement, Bianca Marini. Right through to the line. Good support from The Italian team right in front of us, as well as members of other teams as well. Hard work in the 800 meters. High fives from Team Iceland for Bergerun Adelsteinsdottir. Unofficially 3:02.49 for her. She was the first to cross the line, but of course, both athletes' times will now be converted into points within their individual classifications. Ran most of that race with a lace untied, Adelsteinsdottir. There we go, as expected within these classification brackets. Bergerun Adelsteinsdottir with a less severe impairment than Bianca Marini, so we always expected her to be quicker around the track. But the real question is, who was quicker in respect of performances within their own classification, taking into account performances all the way back to the Sydney 2000 Paralympics, and taking into account trends of performance within each classification from 2004 onwards. It's updated every year as well, the Razor point score system, so we're using the version released in March of this year. So Adelsteinsdottir having to run right through the line against the clock. Pretty much a solo run for both of the athletes, as Marini came through there. Both of them will have to wait for the times to be worked out. Next up, it's the turn of the under-20s in the T35 to 38 classifications, over 800 metres. There's the start list for this race. Will Howard of Australia, Michał Kotkowski of Poland, Derek Mont of the USA, and Moritz Rajkowski of Germany.
Next race, 800 meters.
So going in lane 6, Derek Mont of the USA.
Men under 20.
Only really began to focus solely on athletics last year.
In lane 6 from USA, Derek
7th in the 200, 8th in the 100. This is Michał Kotkowski of Poland. Got bronze at London 2017, the Senior World Parathletics Championships in the 400 metres. Gold here in the 200 for him. This is Moritz Rajkowski of Germany. 10th in the 200 metres here in Nottwil. And this is Will Howard of Australia. First and only time we'll see him in action here in Nottwil, focusing solely on the 800 metres. So Howard, Rajkowski and Kotkowski, T37 athletes. Mont, a T38 athlete. So Howard, Rajkowski and Kotkowski racing against each other for track position. And Derek Mont there, keeping warm in all those layers in the T38 classification. So again, the times will be turned into points. This is the men's 800 metres T35 to 38 under 20s. And away it goes, and Will Howard immediately goes past Rajkowski of Germany and Kotkowski of Poland. So Will Howard determined to take this one out from the front, the Australian. 19 years of age in the traditional and easily recognisable green and gold of Australia. There he is. Kotkowski has just kicked into gear to start to follow him and stay on his shoulder. Derek Mont, the T38 athlete, up with those two as well. Rajkowski some way back at the moment as they come around the top end for the first time. Howard very quick off the line to make sure that he positioned himself at the front. Kotkowski has decided to try and match the Australian, and they come down the home straight pretty much side by side. As they cross the line to take the bell, it'll be Will Howard first, Kotkowski second, Derek Mont sticking with them. The T38 athlete, Rajkowski of Germany, just coming through to take the bell now. So it's going to be, you'd think, a race between Will Howard and Mikhail Kotkowski in the T37 battle. Shouts of "come on, Will" from the Australian team down in front of my commentary box here. He's still just about ahead of Kotkowski, but who will make a move first here? They're both up the pace together, really, but has either athlete got enough to kick on and break away from the other? Kotkowski just sitting on the shoulder of Will Howard. These two competing directly against each other in the T37 classification. Now Kotkowski just starts to motor and go around the outside. Has he timed this right? Kotkowski grimacing, but he has timed it right. He's gliding past Will Howard and will come through to finish very, very strongly indeed. Good race by Mikhail Kotkowski. 2:08.75 the unofficial time. Howard working hard to get over the line, just ahead of Derek Mont, who's in the T38 classification rather than T37, and then crossing the line, Moritz Rajkowski of Germany. But Kotkowski of Poland there, biding his time, happy to sit and wait and see what Will Howard had to give. And then when Kotkowski wanted to inject a bit of extra pace, Will Howard had no response. So Kotkowski wins the battle of the T37 athletes. So a bit of indecision on the start there from Derek Mont. Looked over his shoulder to see if the other athletes had started. And Will Howard early on made a move up and opened up a bit of a gap, but Kotkowski immediately made sure that he closed it up to put himself in the right position. Was happy to bide his time. They were side by side here as they came through to the halfway mark, but then Howard took the bell just ahead. Mont still paying attention to the front two. Howard in front for the majority of the final lap as well, but wait for Kotkowski just to put his foot down here. This is when he made the move around Will Howard, and that's when Will Howard started to struggle. Kotkowski was still looking pretty good. Howard just tightening up, and Kotkowski running all the way through the line. 2:08.75 the unofficial time. Happy with that, Mikhail? We're not sure. More racing and more results to bring for you here from Nottwil in a moment's time.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to Nottwil, the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships, the penultimate session on the final day of what have been a very successful inaugural championships here in Switzerland. Bring you up to date with some results. We had quite a flurry of action on the track, so we're a bit behind on the paperwork. Now there's club throw competition going on at the moment. 3 different non-medal events in the men's and women's. That's Tyandre Tavares of Jamaica, who's currently in action.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany.
So in the club throw, 6 consecutive throws for the athletes. Tyandre Tavares is the only athlete in the men's under-20s F31 to 51 competition, so a non-medal event, but a chance for him to show what he can do on the world stage. While he's in the process of his 6 throws, let's bring you up to date with some results from the women's 800 meters T35 to 38. We had a new world record for our gold medalist Bianca Marini of Italy, 3:47.10 is a new world record in the T35 classification. So congratulations to Bianca Marini. She gets gold in that. Only one other athlete in that race, Bergrun Adelsteinsdottir of Iceland, 2nd place, but no silver medal. But a very respectable time for her as well, 3:02.49, good enough for 829 points. In the men's under-18 race in the T35 to 38 classification, gold went to Zachary Gingras of Canada, a time of 2 minutes 6 seconds.09. Very good indeed. 916 points for the Canadian athlete to take gold. Silver for Guy Harrison of New Zealand, 244.46 for the T35 athlete, 748 points. And bronze, Felix Krusemann of Germany in the T37 classification, 208.32, 735 points for him. In the women's shot put, F40 to F41 under 18 age group, that was won by Guadalupe Vergara Quezada of Mexico in the F41 classification, 7 meters and 9 centimeters, 581 points for her. Silver to Petra Struklic of Croatia, 5 meters 26 in the F40 classification, 397 points. 3rd in that, but no bronze medal as there were only 3 athletes. Moesha Monique Morris of Jamaica, 5 meters and 4 centimeters, 340 points. Those are the markers that Tyandre Tavares has managed in the club throw. They will all be measured shortly to find out which was the furthest for him. A non-medal event, remember that one. Tavares competing solo in that one. Next result to bring you in the men's 1500 meters T51 to T54 under 20s age group. Gold for Jack Agnew of Great Britain, 3:35.21, 400 points for him. Silver went to Philip Croft of the USA in the T53 classification, 3:38.57, 349 points for that. And also achieving 349 points, but split by decimals, was Taishi Yamakita, who was the 3rd and final athlete in that race, so he misses out on a medal. Philip Croft achieved 349.940 points. Yamakita 349.059 points, so less than a point between them, but Croft sneaks silver in that one.
Gentlemen, the national anthem
In the men's 800 metres, T35 to 38 under 20s age group, that was won by Derek Mont of the USA. The T38 athlete ran 2:12.33, 724 points. That good enough to take gold by just 4 points ahead of Michał Kotkowski of Poland. In the T37 classification, 2:08.76, 720 points for him. Bronze went to Will Howard of Australia, 2:11.75, 608 points. Fourth and just outside the medals, Moritz Rajkowski of Germany. And a couple of results to bring you in some non-medal events. Abby Farrell in the under 20 1500 metres, although she did race alongside under 18 athletes, she wasn't in contention for a medal within that. Her confirmed time, 4:23.17, 252 points for that. And also in a non-medal event, Rabia Çirit of Turkey in the women's shot put F40 to 41 under 20s age group, 5 metres 24, 193 points. That's cleared some paperwork off my desk. That's brought you right up to date with where we are on the penultimate session of these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. We've still got a few races to bring you on the track in the shape of 400 metres in the T11 to T13 classifications. At the moment, our officials are out working hard to measure the 6 throws of Tayandre Tavares of Jamaica. There we see. Did he make it towards 20 metres? Not quite. A best of 19 metres 48 there for Tayandre Tavares. Non-medal event that in the men's under 20s, F31 to 51.
in
1948 is the best effort of Tayandre Tavares of Jamaica.
And next event on track in 5 minutes, 400 meters, class T11, T30.
So that's the start list for our next event on the track. It's the women's 400 metres T11 to T13 under 18 age group. 3 athletes in this one. Mariangel Martinez of Mexico, Hagar Safazade Gederijani of Iran, and Gara Fuentes of Spain. That's coming up in a couple of moments. We've still got some javelin to take place in this morning's session as well, in the F42 to 47 classifications, under 18 and under 20 women. Few spectators taking on that bottle flipping craze that seems to have swept the world of social media recently. Results to bring you in the 800 metres T35 to 38 under 18 race. It was gold for Zachary Gingras of Canada, 2:06.09, 916 points. Sky Harrison silver for New Zealand, 2:44.46 in the T35 classification, 748 points for him. And Felix Krusemann of Germany getting bronze in the T37 classification, 2:08.32, 735 points for him. Fourth was Daniel Bounty of Australia. And Paul Raub of Germany disqualified in that one for a lane violation. And we see plenty of spectators, both members of the general public and fellow teammates. Lots of medals and sunflowers on show. Everybody, despite the fact that we've had a fair bit of rain this morning, seems to still be enjoying themselves, which is always nice to see. As well, you might be smiling if you've won a lot of medals. That was the Colombian team, who've been fairly vibrant throughout these championships. Let's continue to have a look at the smiling faces of everybody that's here to watch the action. "40 nations represented, with around 270 athletes. Have made for a very good championships, and they are by no means finished yet. We're waiting patiently for the women's 400 metres, T11 to T13. Introduction of the athletes moments away, as is the start of the women's javelin, F42 to 47. And remember, if you've missed any results or want to see them all in one place, www.nottwil2017.ch is the official website. Get all the information that you need on there, and if you want to watch action from the previous days, you can indeed do so at the official website and on the Paralympics YouTube channel as well. Some of the best bits have been cut together on social media as well, so have a look at Para Athletics on Twitter. Use the hashtag Nottwil2017. Here are the athletes then competing in the women's 400 metres, T11 to T13 in the under-18 age group. In lane 7, Gara Fuentes Perez of Spain with her guide Sandra Lozano. In lane 5 of Iran, Hagar Safazadeh Gaderejani. Gold medal in the 200 metres with a very, very good display. And the T11 athlete in this race, in lane 3, Mariangel Martinez Maximiliano and her guide Christian Ramirez of Mexico. And there he is. If you've heard his dulcet tones but not seen him throughout these championships, that is the man responsible. He must be into amateur operatics, that chap. So 3 athletes in this women's 400 metres, T11 to T13. Martinez of Mexico, Safazadeh Gaderejani of Iran, Fuentes Perez of Spain. And away we go then with the women's 400 metres, under 18s, T11 to T13. Safazade Gaderijani has gone off very, very quickly for Iran, already gone past Gara Fuentes Perez on her outside and starting to fly down the back straight. She was super quick over 200 metres, Safazade Gaderijani. It's just whether she can sustain that pace for double the distance. She is way out in front at the moment. Gara Fuentes Perez is also in the T12 classification, as is Safazade Gaderijani, so those two are in direct competition with each other. On the inside, Martinez Maximiliano of Mexico in the T11 classification, so her time will be calculated into points, but no doubt at the moment on the track it's Safazade Gaderijani of Iran that's leading. But did she go out too quick? That's the question now, because starting to close the gap is Gara Fuentes Perez of Spain, wearing 116 with her guide Sandra Lozano. Now, is Safazade Gaderijani going to run out of steam? The Spanish team are trying to will Gara Fuentes Perez on towards the line. I think Safazade Gaderijani is just going to dig deep to have enough. She is, despite the strong finish by Gara Fuentes Perez, who crosses the line second. Mariangel Martinez Maximiliano of Mexico across the line third physically, but again in a different classification, so that will need to be worked out. Safazade Gaderijani, she worked exceptionally hard there. Looked for a moment on the home straight as if she was going to run out of steam. You can see what it's taken out of her. Absolutely gave it everything, as did Gara Fuentes Perez there, who was closing the gap with every stride, but just ran out of track in the end. Decent run from lane 3 for Martinez of Mexico. I'll wait to see how her time converts into points. The two T12 athletes are slowly getting to their feet. Now Safazade Gaderijani is holding her left knee, it would seem, so whether she's done herself some damage on that race as well as being absolutely spent physically. So she'll go and receive some medical attention to make sure that she's all right. Really grueling task, the 400 metres. Let's have a look at the start then. In white there, Safazade Gaderijani, straight out of the blocks, very explosive, very quick start. Made a move very early on the outside of her fellow T12 athlete, Gara Fuentes Perez, and opened up an almighty gap on the back straight. Then it started to get tough for Safazade Gaderijani. That's when Fuentes Perez and her guide Sandra Lozano just began to close the gap. Safazade Gaderijani looking like she was going to run out of steam. Fuentes Perez had plenty of pace into the final 100 metres, but maybe if the race had gone on another 15-20 metres or so, she might have caught it. But just ran out of track with which to do so. Martinez Maximiliano crossing the line there, wearing 94. Third across the line. But as ever, those times will be converted into points, and that's just how much effort it took for Safazade Gaderijani in that race. Result to bring you in the men's javelin, a 42 to 47 classification in the under 18 age group. Gold in that one went to Ali Sepavandi of Iran. Throw of 41 meters 41, 605 points for him. Silver for Simon Klankart of Belgium, 25.52. Outside the medal positions, only gold and silver on offer there. Ali Asghar Sayar of Iran in third. On your screen now, the 4 athletes who are going to be taking part in the women's F42 to 47 javelin. 2 in the under 18 age group, 2 in the under 20 age group, so only a gold medal in each of the age groups on offer. The under 18s, Kenya Lozano of Mexico and Jennifer Villalobos of Mexico. And in the under 20s age group, Honoka Misu of Japan and Nayeri Salamatian of Iran. So that event starting in a moment or two's time. There are the athletes that we just alluded to in the women's javelin. Just warming up, preparing for their competition. It's a head-to-head between two Mexican athletes for gold in the under-18s. Kenya Lozano has won bronze in the discus here in Nottwil. Jennifer Villalobos silver in the shot put, so they've both medalled once each. Only one of them will get one gold medal from that competition. In the under-20s, Honoka Misu of Japan won gold in the 100 meters. And this is Nayeri Salamatian's one and only appearance in an event here in Nottwil. Again, just a direct head-to-head for a gold medal. Two different classifications though in the under-20s age group. Misu an F46 athlete, Salamatian an F44.
Athletes presentation. Javelin throw, class F42, F47. Women under 18. From Mexico, Kenya Lozano Mendez.
So here are the athletes taking part in the women's javelin F42 to 47. That's Kenya Lozano of Mexico, and this is her compatriot Jennifer Villalobos. Those two, both F46 athletes competing head-to-head for a gold medal. And in the under-20s age group, Honoka Misu of Japan.
From Japan, Honoka Misu.
And that is Nayeri Salamatian of Iran.
Nayeri Salamatian.
Again, only a gold medal on the table there for those two in two different classifications though. So that's the lineup for the women's javelin F42 to 47. That javelin event is the final field event of the morning. And we've got two more races to come on the track as well. Both of them are in the men's 400 meters T11 to T13 in the under-18 age group. The medal event split into two races.
400 meters, T11, T13, men under 18. In lane 4, from Colombia, Samuel Naranjo Rios.
So going in lane 5, Samuel Naranjo Rios of Colombia with his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros.
And in lane 3,
He's a T11 athlete, Naranjo, and this is Pedro Frasco of Portugal, the T13 athlete. And it seems that most of Team Portugal are right down in front of the starting position here to support him. There they are, in fact. Made a lot of noise considering you'd say that there's only 8 or 9 of them. Anyway, this is race 1 of 2 in the men's 400 meters T11 to T13. Pedro Frasco of Portugal in lane 3. Samuel Naranjo Rios and his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros of Colombia in 5. Away we go then, one lap of the track, race 1 of 2 in the men's 400 metres, T11 to T13 under 18 age category. Both of these men are very quick indeed. Naranjo Rios, silver medalist in the 100, gold medalist in the 200, and he's absolutely flying there in lane 5 with his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros. Pedro Frasco just outside the medals in the 100, 5th in the 200 as well. These two in 2 different classifications, but Naranjo Rios in the T11 classification has gone off like a shot. Now the question is, has Pedro Frasco got anything left in the tank? Naranjo Rios just seems to be slowing up a touch with his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros. Has Pedro Frasco got a quick finish here to try and post the best time possible to lay down the marker for race 2 of 2? Naranjo Rios might just hold on here, the T11 athlete. He does, crossing the line ahead of Pedro Frasco of Portugal. But good race, 57.92 the unofficial time for Naranjo Rios of Colombia. Went out very, very quickly. Opened up a huge gap between him and Pedro Frasco, but again, Frasco had plenty of strength in his finish. Just couldn't quite hunt the man from Colombia down in the end. All smiles from Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros. And good support and appreciation from their Colombian teammates as well. Naranjo Rios looks like he just wants a bit of a sit down. Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros is clearly very happy with that performance. Let's have a look at it again. That's Pedro Frasco of Portugal, and there on the right of your picture, Naranjo Rios. You see the real pace that he went out at in lane 5 and lane 3, so always going to be a bit of a stagger between them. But Naranjo Rios had certainly gone out the quicker, but then he just seemed to be struggling. You see there Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros, his guide, looking across to see where Pedro Frasco is, giving words of encouragement and advice to his athlete there, making sure that he crossed the line first. So the second part of this race coming up. All T13 athletes in this one for our final track event of the penultimate session of these World Para Athletics Junior Championships. Got odd socks on, Mr. Chisani. Athletes just making sure the blocks are exactly as they like them. Mario Chisani of Mexico spent a good couple of minutes making sure that's the case. You see a spot of dry track there. Hasn't rained for a little while now, so the track is much drier than it was. We had puddles and we had a slip in the first race earlier on today. Conditions far more favourable now as we approach midday here in Switzerland. So there's the start list for the final track event of the session. And we'll shortly be introduced to the athletes individually one by one. They now know what the task is. Samuel Naranjo Rios of Colombia, 57.92 in the T11 classification. That sets a very good benchmark for these guys.
Athletes presentation on lane 6 from Belarus, Ivan Lukashevich.
So in lane 6, Ivan Lukashevich of Belarus has run the 1500 and the 800 all by himself. He finally gets to compete against somebody. In 5 is Daniel Briers-Love of South Africa, bronze medalist in the 200 meters. This is Mario Andres Chesani Garcia of Mexico. He got silver in the 200. Pablo Fabricio Furlan of Brazil goes in lane 3. The champion over 100 meters. And this is Viktor Yanutsky of Belarus. 7th in the 100 and the 200. This is the final race of the penultimate session. It's the second part of the men's 400 meters T11 to T13 under 18s race. It's Yanutsik of Belarus in 2, Furlan of Brazil in 3, Chesani of Mexico in lane 4, Briers-Love of South Africa in 5, and Lukashevich of Belarus in lane 6. Away we go then, a straight race between 5 T13 athletes in this men's 400 meters. Chesani Garcia of Mexico, already going past Daniel Briers-Love of South Africa, going strongly, going well in lane 6 as well at the moment, Ivan Lukashevich of Belarus, but Chesani Garcia is absolutely motoring down the back straight. Chesani Garcia very much leading this out. Silver medalist in the 200 meters. How he would love to go one better here, and he's determined to do so. He's now making up ground on the man 2 lanes outside him, Ivan Lukashevich. It's no doubt whatsoever that it's going to be Mario Andres Chesani Garcia of Mexico that will come into the home straight. Lukashevich has managed to hold on and try and stay with him. Lukashevich is first time he's had anybody to run against, but Chesani Garcia crosses the line just ahead of the Belarusian athlete. Coming through to cross the line for 3rd, Briers-Love of South Africa. 4th over the line was Belarus's Viktor Yanutsky. And 5th in that race, Pablo Furlan. The question now is, has that man, Mario Chesani, done enough to amass enough points to beat Samuel Naranjo Rios, who ran in the first race of this final? That's the question that will be answered by the Raza point score system in the next few minutes. Briers-Love of South Africa gave that everything. Handshakes between him and Chesani Garcia. Good to see. And we're seeing the man right in the middle in black, Chesani Garcia. Went out hard and early and very quickly went past Briers-Love, who is no slouch. Bronze medalist in the 200 meters, Briers-Love, and then down the back straight, Chesani Garcia. Good form, good pace, good power, and then He was on the inside of Lukasiewicz there. And then as they came into the home straight, head down from Lukasiewicz to try and go with Cesani Garcia. He wasn't far away from getting there, but it was the Mexican athlete that crossed the line first. Of course, it remains to be seen where the medals go. There's still some javelin going on. We'll pick up with that action when we rejoin you in a couple of minutes' time.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Welcome back to Nottwil, Switzerland, the home of the 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. We're in the final stages of the penultimate session of these championships here. Javelin going on in the women's F42 to 47 classification. This is Jennifer Villalobos of Mexico, one of 2 athletes in the under-18 competition, going directly up against her compatriot Kenya Lozano for gold and gold alone, both in the F46 classification.
Gold medalist, representing Austria,
Here's Villalobos. Launching it out towards the mid-20s mark. .25.30 it is. She's seen her compatriot Lozano go over 30 meters in this competition though. In the under-20s age group, this is Honoka Misu of Japan. Just 2 athletes in that competition as well. two different classifications. Misu in the F46 classification. Let's see what she's managed to produce in the penultimate round. 15 meters and 14. And this is the other athlete competing in the under-20s age group, Nayeri Salamatian of Iran. She's in the F44 classification. Generates great power from a standing start, Salamatian.
The World Junior Championship medalist.
You see, just leans back, almost places the rear point of the javelin on the ground. And then in one fluid motion, propels it upwards and forwards. And it's 20 meters 65 in round 5 for Salamatian. Final round then in the under-18s, just going on behind this victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 800-meter woman at T51 to T54 under 18. Please welcome the medalists. Bronze medalist, representing the United States of America, Elizabeth Flock.
And the bronze to add to the collection for Elizabeth Flock of the USA.
Silver medalist, representing Switzerland, Licia Musinelli.
Silver for Licia Musinelli. You see there the Swiss flags. Very popular athlete here at the host nation. Not bad to receive your medal from that man as well, Marcel Hug.
Gold medalist, representing the United States of America, Hannah Dedrick.
She's pretty used to hearing that. Gold medalist representing the United States of America, Hannah Dedrick. Having a very good championships indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
So that medal ceremony from the event that took place yesterday, the T53 to 54 800 meters, won by Hannah Dedrick of the USA. Silver for Musinelli of Switzerland and bronze for Elizabeth Flock of the USA. Musinelli did beat Dedrick on the track today in the 1500 meters. So has won a gold medal and will be presented with that later on this afternoon. Now that's Dedrick's third gold medal. Earlier on this morning was the first race that she hasn't won here at Nottwil. She was beaten by Musinelli there of Switzerland.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 800 meter men, T51 to T54 on the 20. Please welcome the medalists. Bronze medalist, representing Japan, Taishi Yamakita.
More medals to give out now. Bronze for Taishi Yamakita.
Silver medalist, representing the United States of America.
That's in the under 20 men's 800 meters, T51 to T54. Philip Croft of the USA, the silver medalist. Continuing his impressive form at these championships. But it was gold in this one yesterday for Great Britain's Jack Agnew. His first gold medal of the championships. Having picked up silver in the 400 and bronze in the 200. Gold in the 800 for Jack Agnew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Medalists there in the men's 800 meters, T51 to 54. Jack Agnew, gold for Great Britain. Philip Croft, silver for the USA. Taishi Yamakita, bronze for Japan. There's a helicopter on its way right overhead here, making a bit of a racket. I didn't know there was a helipad here. It's exciting. That there is just about to land on top of the Swiss Paraplegic Centre, where the Sports Arena Nottwil is based. just wait for it to settle on the roof. Because it's going to drown out the dulcet tones of our announcer. As the rotating blades start to whir down a touch and prepare for our next medal ceremony. Something different to distract us. We had a smoke machine going off the other day. Now we've had a helicopter.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 100-meter men, T35 to T38.
Now we have the medal ceremony for the men's T35 to 38 100 meters.
The medals will be presented by head of Culture and Leisure, Swiss Paralympic Association.
So bronze in this one, going to Australia's Samuel Walker. T38 athlete did run the quickest time, 12.19 seconds. But of course, as ever in the multi-classification events, that time was worked out into a points total using the Raza point score system. That churned out 660 points for him. It was 699 for Jaden Saberton of Great Britain, who got silver. And there he is, 12.46 for the T37 athletes, 699 points. Silver medal. But Ali Al Nakhli of Saudi Arabia, he's a very, very quick man. 12.25 he ran in the T37 classification. 770 points. Good run, decent time, decent points total. And a gold medal for Al Nakhli.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Saudi Arabia.
Gold for Ali Al Nakhli of Saudi Arabia in the men's 100 metres T35 to 38 under 18 age group. Silver for Jaden Saberton of Great Britain. Bronze for Samuel Walker of Australia. And I'm pleased to report that we haven't run out of sunflowers yet. Seen lots of them on balconies around the complex here, proudly being displayed. Medals staying firmly around the necks or tucked up safely in a drawer in the hotel room, one would imagine.
Victory ceremony for 100 meters women T35 to T38 under
It's now time for the ceremony for the women's 100 metres, T35 to 38 in the under 18 age group. There are the medal winners. Bronze in this one went to Carla Sofia Cardenas Herrera of Mexico. She edged out Daphne Schrager by just 2 multi-classification points to get herself on the podium. 639 points to Daphne Schrager's 637. That's how close it was between those two. But ultimately none of that matters now, because Cardenas has got the bronze medal around her neck. Silver for Tamsin Colley of Australia. T36 athlete, ran 15.77. 674 points for her. But it was a very good performance and a very good time for Eve Walsh-Dan of Great Britain. I don't think they've read her name out in the right order once here in the stadium. But Eve Walsh-Dan is the world champion. 15.09, 832 points. Gold medal around her neck for Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Gold for Eve Walsh-Dan of Great Britain in the women's 100 metres T35 to 38. Silver for Tamsin Colley of Australia. Bronze for Carla Sofia Cardenas Herrera of Mexico.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 100 meter men, T35 to T38 on the 20. Please welcome the medalists. Bronze medal.
Time for the under 20s now.
Representing Argentina, Pablo Barrios.
Bronze, and by a fine margin of just 5 points, Pablo Barrios on 12.41, a T37 athlete, 716 points, just 5 points ahead of Dennis Rill of Germany. So as in the previous medal ceremony, tight for bronze, but it's Barrios that got it.
Silver medalist, representing Great Britain.
It was tight between first and second as well. 0.01 seconds in it. Silver for Amar Aitun of Great Britain. He ran 11.95. 1/100th of a second off the gold medal winning time by Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia. 11.94 he ran. And that 1/100th of a second is the difference between silver and gold. One of the most fascinating races we've had here in Nottwil, and we've had plenty of them. Gold in this one for Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia.
The national anthem of Colombia.
Gold for Colombia's Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia in the men's 100 meters, T35 to 38. Silver went to Amar Aitun of Great Britain by 1/100th of a second, and bronze for Pablo Barrios of Argentina.
The World Junior Champion, Javelin. Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 100-meter women.
Next up, it's the ceremony for the women's 100 meters, T35 to 38 in the under 20s age group.
Bronze medalist.
Bronze in this one for Great Britain's Amy Carr. She ran 14.98 seconds for 706 points. Just 10 points ahead of fourth place Nadia Scorbini of Argentina.
Silver medalist representing Poland, Jagoda Kibil.
Jagoda Kibil of Poland was the silver medalist, the only T35 athlete in the race. 1592 was converted into 775 points for her. And she's pretty delighted with that.
Gold medalist representing Brazil, Suelen Oliveira.
But it was silver in the 200 and gold here in the 100 for Suelen Oliveira of Brazil. Her teammates there ready to share in her joy and success. Gold for Suelen Oliveira in the women's T35 to 38 100 meters.
The national anthem of Brazil.
Suelen Oliveira and the chorus of the Brazilian team finishing off their national anthem there as it began to fade out. She's the gold medalist in the women's 100 meters T35 to 38 classification in the under 20s age group. Silver for Poland's Jagoda Kibil and bronze for Amy Carr of Great Britain. There are the Brazilian team making sure they capture this moment on camera. Huge celebrations for the Brazilian team there. Enjoying their gold medalist, Suelen Oliveira. Great to see such team spirit. We've seen it within each of the teams here at these World Championships, but also within the different teams as well. A really good camaraderie and relationship between most of the athletes in most of the different countries. Everybody getting to know each other. They'll be competing with and against each other for many years to come, most of these.
The medals will be presented by Eric Sen, Head of Life and Guidance, Swiss Paralympic Association.
So we're on to the men's 200 meters now.
Representing South Africa,
T11 to T13 classification, under 18 age group. Daniel Briers-Low of South Africa. He seems pretty happy indeed when he eventually gets the bronze medal around his neck. He does now.
silver medalist, representing
He was just edged out by 2 points by this man, Mario Andres Chesani Garcia of Mexico. Again, 1/100th of a second separating bronze and silver. Chesani Garcia ran 24.57, Briers-Low ran 24.58, both in the T13 classification. That 100th of a second means that Chesani Garcia gets silver rather than bronze.
gold medalist, representing Colombia, Samuel Naranjo-Rios.
And it was only 5 multi-classification points that put Naranjo Rios on the top step of the podium. 595 points as opposed to Chesani Garcia's 590. Very, very close indeed. Naranjo Rios receives his gold medal, as does his guide, Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros. So gold for Colombia in the 200 meters T11 to T13.
National anthem of Colombia.
Samuel Naranjo Rios and his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros, gold medalists in the men's 200 meters, T11 to T13. Silver for Chesani of Mexico, bronze for Briers-Low of South Africa. Still plenty more medal ceremonies to come for you as we start to wrap up the penultimate session of these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 200-meter movement, T11 to T13, under 18.
this ceremony then for the women's T11 to T13 200 metres in the under 18 age group. Bronze for Italy's Margherita Pacciola. Again, fine margins for the medal positions, just 5 points in front of Alba Garcia Falagan of Spain. But it's those 5 points that make all the difference. Silver in this one for Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero. And then the gold medal. And a good performance it was by Hagar Safazade Gederijani for Iran. 28.63 for the T12 athlete, 478 points. A gold medal, a sunflower, and a World Youth title.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Gold for Iran, gold for Hagar Safazade Gederijani, silver for Spain's Maria de Los Angeles Garcia Melero, and bronze for Margherita Pacciola of Italy.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 400-meter men, T11 to T13, under 20. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Martin Wenger, LOC competition, Nottwil 2017. Bronze medalist, representing Brazil, Samuel de Souza.
Bronze in the 400 then for Samuel de Souza of Brazil. To add to his silver in the 800 metres. Jakub Nitzpon of Poland having to settle for silver in this one, having got gold in the 200 meters. Was just outside the medals in the 400 meters at the European Championships last year as well. Very good athlete, Nitzpon. His second medal of the championships.
Gold medalist, representing Islamic Republic of Iran,
Mohammad Mashadian Kuzani of Iran is the gold medalist. Enjoyed some success at these championships, Iran. Mashadian Kuzani failed to medal in the 100 and the 200, but he is the top man in the 400. He capitalized on Samuel de Sousa's slip just before the line, but he was in the right place to capitalize, and he is the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship
Gold for Mohammad Mashadian Kuzani of Iran. Silver for Jakub Nitzpon of Poland. And bronze, but could have been gold for Samuel de Sousa. We saw there on the replay of the race from this morning while the national anthem was playing just how close he got to the line before slipping in the wet conditions. Narrowly missing out on a medal. Did manage to quickly hoist his chest over the line to make sure that he was still on the podium, but agonizingly close for Samuel de Sousa.
Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for 400-meter women, T11 to T30 on the 20. Please welcome the medalists.
Just one medalist in this one. In the women's under 20 400 meters, T11 to T13. Two athletes in it, so only a gold medal to give out, and it went the way of Adriana Carrillo-Vizcarra of Mexico and her guide Adrian Marquez. Finished 3 seconds clear of her rival in that race, Itzazo Munguira of Spain. It's great for the athlete and the guide to be able to share this moment together as gold medalists for Mexico, Adriana Carrillo and Adrian Marquez.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Mexico.
arms aloft. Gold medal for Adriana Carrillo and her guide, Adrian Marquez. And there is the man that's filming all the action for Team Mexico. His shirts have got louder and louder throughout these championships, providing some great memories for Mexico, who've also had a very good championships here. Carrillo adding to their medal haul.
Please welcome the medalists.
Next up, the medal ceremony for the men's 400 meters, T11 to T13 under 18s. Samuel Naranjo Rios of Colombia, the bronze medalist in this race earlier on today. And that's a hat-trick of medals for him in all three different colours. Silver in the 100, gold in the 200, bronze in the 400 for Naranjo Rios and his guide Juan Carlos Cuero Ballesteros. I feel like they've spent most of their afternoon on the podium, having received the medal for the 200 metres about 15-20 minutes ago. Now this man had to run 2 of his 3 races at these championships, all on his own in the 1500 and the 800, and when he had competition here in the 400, he was right up there amongst the best of them. Ivan Lukashevich of Belarus gets the silver medal. And he wasn't an awful long way behind the gold medalist either. 2 of them in the T13 classification. But the man who just had the edge to take the title, Mario Andres Chesani Garcia of Mexico. Silver in the 200 meters, 1 better over double the distance. So it's gold for Mario Andres Chesani Garcia of Mexico.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalist.
So gold in the 400, T11, T13 under 18s for Mario Chesani of Mexico. A silver for Ivan Lukashevich of Belarus, and we saw there in the replay of that race just how close it was. Samuel Naranjo Rios and his guide Juan Carlos Ballesteros for bronze for Colombia.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for T11 to T13, under 18 years. Please welcome the medalists.
Next up, the ceremony for the women's T11 to T13 under 18s.
Mexico, Mariangel Martinez Maximiliano. Who's the guy?
Bronze for Mariangel Martinez Maximiliano. Her guide, Christian Uisis Ramirez Velasquez. Gold in the 800 for Martinez. On the podium again in the 400 meters as well.
Silver medalist representing Spain, Gara Fuentes Perez.
Silver to go one better than the bronze she got in the 800. Gara Fuentes Perez of Spain. And Sandra Lozano, the guide. (106.55) was the time for Gara Fuentes Perez, but couldn't catch this lady who's on the top step of the podium once again for Iran. Hagar Safazadeh Ghadarejani. Well supported by her teammates. Her second gold at these championships. Firstly in the 200, then earlier on today in the 400. Gold for Safazadeh Ghadarejani of Iran.
The national anthem of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, she was in a bit of discomfort at the end of that tough race, but she is all smiles now. Hagar Safazadeh Ghadarejani of Iran, gold medalist in the 400 meters T11 to T13 under 18s age group. Silver for Spain's Gara Fuentes Perez. Bronze for Mariangel Martinez Maximiliano of Mexico. Her guide, Christian Ramirez, very much enjoying the photo opportunity as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for
Next presentation for the F42 to 46 discus.
Sponsoring and marketing, Nottwil 2017. Bronze medalist.
And the under 18s age group first.
Mexico.
Kenya Nayeli Lozano Mendes of Mexico got bronze, ahead of her teammate Jennifer Villalobos, who finished 4th. 24 meters 14 for the F46 athlete, 457 points for her. And then it was a 1-2 for Iran. In the silver medal position, Mazir Gassemi, 20 meters 58, 527 points for the F42 athlete. More cause for cheer and celebrations from the Iranian team. But it was her teammate who beat her to the title on this occasion, Fatima Ansari, with a throw of 22 meters, 19 centimeters, 626 points. That was enough to take gold. So a 1-2 for Iran in the women's discus F42 to 47 under 18s age group.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Iran. Ladies and gentlemen,
More success for Iran. Fatima Ansari gold in the discus F42 to 47 under 18s age group. Mazir Gassemi silver. Bronze for Mexico's Kenya Lozano.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for discus woman F42 to F47 on the 20. Please welcome the medalist.
Now the presentation for the under 20s age group in the F42 to 47 classification of the discus. Only 2 athletes in this one, so only 1 medal to give out. And that is to Jessica Himes of the United States of America. She got bronze in the 200 meters as well, Himes. Came out on top in the discus to get gold for the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
All smiles, and so she should be. Gold in the women's discus F42 to 47 under 20s age group for Jessica Himes of the United States of America. As Tina Turner's Simply the Best plays over the PA system here at the Sport Arena, Nottwil.
Congratulations to all these medalists in the victory
That wraps up
ceremonies
the penultimate session of these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships 2017 here in Nottwil. We have got one more session of action to come for you, and that starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon Central European time. Thank you very much for watching wherever you have done so around the world today. We hope to see you again in less than 3 hours' time for the conclusion of the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships 2017. Good afternoon. See you in a few hours.
Der Funpark ist ebenfalls für Ihre Kinder da und es geht weiter mit den letzten Wettkämpfen dieser Meisterschaften um 16 Uhr in der Evening Session des heutigen Sonntags. Bis dann, auf Wiedersehen und weiterhin viel Spaß.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz-Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.